something. tools, purpose, like how do we combine this? And so, yeah, so then we started Black Box VR 6 years ago. Um, and here we are.
It's like 6 years already.
Isn't that crazy?
Feels like
I used it 2015, and I was like, what the heck? That feels like
a long time ago.
8 years ago, man. So, speaking of Black Box VR, one of the questions we've gotten over and over again as we were building this company was, why the heck are you guys doing this? Especially at the beginning. They were like, you guys are nuts. But yeah, Brian, why don't you talk about why we even did this?
Sure. Yeah, so at the end of 2015, that's when we started to see that virtual reality was starting to become a big thing. It was around the time of like Oculus was sold to Facebook for like $2 billion. And as the technology was finally getting to a place that it could be used. And at bottom.com, we were always using the newest technology. We were obviously just internet shopping and e-commerce in general, and then content and video streaming and mobile apps and communities. We're always seeing like, what's this new technology and how can we use it to help people stick to their fitness goals and reach the goals that they're to reach. And so that's when we said virtual reality. It looked like this new technology that can be really helpful for actually turning your workout into a game and making it fun. So really the whole idea of Black Box is, how do you take all the fun parts of video games, the psychology of video games, things that get you addicted and excited to where you want to play till 3 in the morning. Like we all know, like right now, honestly, my Xbox, I have no idea where it is. I made my wife hide it. I said, take the Xbox, hide it, don't tell me where it is, don't give it back to me, even if I beg, because it'd be just too much time. I'm gonna sit down just for a second, play Rocket League or Modern Warfare, and next thing you know, hours go by. It's just such a waste. But how powerful is that? That video games can do that get you so addicted to it, and that itch to come back. These great mobile games. And that's basically what we said is, let's go and figure out how we can use that and virtual reality, going inside, playing a video game, and actually making it a fun and exciting workout.
Yeah, we also both traditionally have loved the gym. We've been in the fitness for a long time ourselves, and growing up, obviously there was no VR gym for us to go to, and it's crazy to think now about traditional fitness, right? And not to bash on traditional fitness, because obviously everyone has their own thing.
Oh, we can bash them.
Okay, fine, let's bash
them. About the bash.
Yeah. And the thing we always talk about is that people stick to their workouts. Quitting is the norm. It's terrible. About fitness studios and gyms are full of literal torture devices.
The first treadmills were actually created for prisoners as torture devices. Now we're
like literally.
And that is what's crazy. Is like, we all know January the gyms are packed. Everyone's going to be there, but then the joke always is like the New Year's resolutionary is over. They're all going to be gone in 2 weeks, and that's what happens every year. Everyone gets excited. They say, "This is the year I'm going to reach my goals. I got these emotional reasons why I need to lose fat or gain muscle or get more fit or feel more healthy." And they join the gym, and all the promises are made. They download some new app. They get new supplements and diets and books, and then 2 weeks later, they're off their plan and they're playing themselves, of course. And next January comes around and the cycle repeats. And the fitness industry has failed. The stats show like 87% of people are not able to adhere to the fitness program over the long term. And our strong belief is that the only secret to fitness success is adherence. Like, it doesn't really matter what you do. People like, it's so complicated. We've seen so many crazy complicated programs and diets, and they spend all this time researching and figuring out all these variables, and then do it for a couple weeks and then quit. Where if you just did the basics, it just were consistent every week, every month, every year, you're going to see results. And that's really all there is to it. And that's basically the biggest thing we learned at bottom.com was that our biggest competitor was the couch, and that's what we're trying to solve with Black Box. So Preston, you've been very much into fitness all your life, and now we're exclusively working out inside virtual reality. Tell a little bit about, like, what is it like to work out at Black Box, and what does it entail?
Yeah, totally. This is always the most fun thing to do, because it's a lot of hand gestures and waving. Because it's like,
you do this, and
right, yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing that we've had to battle at the beginning of Black Box, is that virtual reality is so powerful, but when we talk to people and try to explain it, they just have to go in and try it, right? And so whether you have a Meta Quest 2 or your friend has one, we highly recommend you just get your hands on the tech, experience it now. Yeah, you just have to try it. So the user journey with Black Box VR is, you visit a gym location, you go into your own private booth space that is about a 10 by 10 foot space, and in that space you have the machine that we invented. We call the dynamic resistance machine, which is essentially this giant peripheral, if you want to think of it that way. In Black Box, your body's the controller. So one of the things we've always been passionate about is not just cardiovascular fitness, but also resistance training. So when we created this dynamic resistance machine, we wanted to make sure that you could actually be doing full resistance movements in virtual reality with these movements under tension, so that you can build lean muscle mass and get the full spectrum of fitness benefits. So yeah, so you go in there, you have this machine, you put the headset on, you're in this epic battle arena. You can see the machine still because we mapped it in VR. You can reach out, you can touch the handles, you can touch the bench pad and stuff that pops out, and it's epic. And then as you're doing chest press, back row, shoulder press, squat, deadlift, all these different compound movements, you're hurling projectiles onto this field to defend your base. So I'll stop there. You want to talk a little bit about the actual, like why we chose the exercises and how many exercises and stuff you can do?
Sure. Yeah, so the basics is it's a 30-minute intense workout. We recommend 3 to 4 times per week. And the reason why we can do it in 30 minutes is because you're completely focused. You're competing in this battle arena, and there's no time for looking at your phone or going to get a drink, spending time at the water fountain. So basically, 30 minutes, you're going to get a full body workout, like you said, with like compound exercises like squats, deadlifts, rows, chest press. Like you can get every muscle worked. Great core exercise from doing things like squats and deadlifts and overhead press. And you're going to go basically doing heavy 12 to 15 rep kind of sets. And it's going to automatically change resistance for you. So one important principle of fitness is progressive overload, where you're constantly trying to do a little bit more. So you don't just stagnate like people just pick up the 20-pound dumbbell and they do their bicep curls. You got to constantly be improving that to make it heavier or doing more reps. So we have AI that automatically does that for you. It'll give you the resistance, and as you're getting stronger, you actually get stronger in the game. So you're doing 15 to 20 sets of resistance exercises. In between exercises, you're doing like punch and slice patterns, what we call them, where you're building champions and doing strategy. So there's like this active rest kind of cardio, keeping your heart rate up. And at the end of it, you're doing like 12 to 15 reps. We've mentioned like going to failure. So it's like 60 to 70% of your 1 rep max. So you're doing true resistance programming. And what's great is like we've seen the results that people get from that. It's crazy because they just adhere to it. They push themselves every time. We always joke like, I'm going to take it easy today, just in black box, a little bit tired, but I'm just going to get my workout in. And the next thing you know, like, there's this rock dude coming to you, attacking your crystal, and you're like, oh, I guess I'm doing another set of deadlifts and a couple more reps, And that's what really does develop the results for people in their bodies. And we've done UCLA studies proving it, showing that compared to a group of people doing black box, 30 minutes at a time, 3 times a week, versus someone doing traditional resistance training 5 times a week, an hour at a time. Got better results, more lean muscle mass, lost more fat, improved the VO2 max more, their resting heart rates, their heart rate variability, everything. Flexibility improved more in the black box group, doing it less amount of time per week. That's the thing that I'm excited about, is having fun and getting a result in less time.
That's so true. Obviously we're so close to it, but some of these studies have blown even my mind, right? Because when we were building the technology, the volume calculations and the progressive overload calculations and all that stuff, it was all based on these meta-analyses that we looked at, right? It was all based on all these studies, but still seeing not only the results UCLA has gotten with the black box experience in the machine, but just generally out there, like in the VR fitness world, using this technology as this distraction tool that makes it way more fun, boost the adherence, like we always talk about. Even the results people are getting are blowing my mind. I mean, this podcast is not all about plugging black box. Obviously, we're just kind of giving you guys the history, but we did a 90-day transformation where we had these 2 guys go through it, and they did 90 days. They only worked out 3 times a week for 30 minutes each workout in black box VR, and they could only use black box VR. And one guy lost 30 pounds of fat, gained 8 pounds of lean muscle mass. The other guy had amazing results as well. So it's legit. And that's when we were like, okay, we designed it to do that, and holy crap, it's actually doing that. So super exciting technology that we could talk about all day. Maybe just last thing, without going too heavy on the black box stuff, but like just the data. So you mentioned the data we're collecting and the AI. Maybe talk a little bit about the app and how we use that data to make people have a better fitness experience, give them better results, help them have fun.
It's one of the cool parts about VR is they're inside of our experience, so we can track everything they're doing, every movement, set rep, and volume of work that they're doing, and all these little details that we can track thousands of data points per workout, and we can actually track it automatically for you, which is great because you don't have to like track things in an app or write it down, which is an important part of fitness tracking, which so you can make sure that you are improving and then you are changing the variables so that you're getting those results. We can do it automatically and just show it to you now. So you go to our companion app after your workout, open it up, all your stats are right there, just automatically tracked for you. So people love that. We can see your results graphed, like if you're getting stronger in this exercise, and here's how many calories you burned, all these different aspects of your program. But then we can also use that with some machine learning to make it so we can actually personalize the program to you and make sure you're getting the right amount of resistance and make sure that it's working for you. You can compare to what other people are doing. So that's one of the cool things about VR. It's like by default, we're tracking everything you're doing because you're inside of experience and not trying to do it manually and writing things down. I remember those days. I had a lot of notebooks.
And I definitely did not adhere to those, man. I'd be like, okay, I do 1 week, 2 weeks. I'm like, whatever. Games are the other side, as you mentioned, right? So it's like we talk a lot about, like, they're addictive. You have to lock away your Xbox and stuff because it's a treat. It primes our brains with this dopamine response, right? So as you're talking about that stuff, made me think about how we've also, specifically in Black Box VR, we've shortened the feedback loops because we have all that data as well. That's the cool thing with VR is that you can get all this input data and you can intelligently use it to adapt the user's experience. And because we can track, we built the machine to be able to change the weight on a 0.01 pound fidelity. We can actually give people, you, listeners, everyone else, you get incremental progress and not feel like you're having to have all this cognitive overload. And we have family members going to Black Box VR, and my mom, I think, has completed 21 sessions now, has had a hard time sticking to any workout in the past, calls me after every single workout. I'm just like, hey, I'm feeling strong. That was hard, but it was so fun, and I was distracted. I couldn't believe it was so fast. And she's starting to get those results and starting to feel better mentally and physically. So it's just super cool.
What's great is like seeing it close to home like that, just hearing those type of stories. That's a great thing about the fitness industry in general. All of us building AR, VR, fitness and sports experiences is you're creating something that's not just helping people have fun, which is great, but it's something that actually changes their life fundamentally. Some of our members, like, just their life just improved when it comes to what they're able to do. But we had somebody that went on a trip to Iceland with a group and before would never have wanted to go climb up the volcano because it was like quite a hike. And would probably have said, oh, you know what, I'm okay, I'll stay back, you guys go do it. But because he'd been doing Black Box for a few months, he felt great. He was the first one to the top of the mountain. He's like 48 years old. He's like, I never was able to do that. So that's the fun part. As we all know, right, building these things is you can get that type of testimonial, and it creates a lot of meaning, like the importance of what we're doing, versus just gaming or just experiences that are just for fun in general. This has a purpose and it changes people's lives, and that's what we're most excited about. I think probably a good transition too is that's a little bit about Black Box, and obviously we'll talk about it more throughout this podcast, and people can learn more about it by coming into the gym or going to our website at blackbox-vr.com. But what we want to do is also promote just VR fitness in general, help people understand the value of that. Preston, why would somebody want to use VR fitness versus a traditional workout where there's gyms on every block and everybody can get barbells and Pelotons?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, barbells are so fun, right? Treadmills are so fun. I mean, jokes aside, this technology is super, super powerful in a lot of different ways we can go over. One of the things is the fun aspect, basically just distraction. As humans, we're not that great at multitasking. So you basically are having so much fun with any VR workout. There's so much stimulus, your brain can only focus on a certain amount of things, right? We always joke that if a robber breaks into your house and you stub your toe, you're probably not thinking about the toe. You're thinking about the robber, right? Because it's a bigger threat. And so with this stimulus that virtual reality is uniquely positioned to provide people, it can actually block out pain, and the immersiveness can increase flow. And one of the things we talked about is that, maybe I'll just go in on the pain aspect of it. There was this pain study where they had these people that had third-degree burns on their bodies, and they had to go through these really, really painful skin stretching routines often. And so normally they give the patients morphine to deal with pain management, and this study instead put them in a virtual reality icy environment where they're going down this icy river, and they have this like little clicker, and they're able to throw snowballs at these little penguins, and they found that it was just as effective at pain management as morphine. So right there, a tiny nugget of the power of VR is, as we know, the ability to block out that pain, increase the immersiveness, and have fun. Because a lot of people are really intimidated by, oh, it's going to hurt, or oh, it's going to be boring. So that's one reason. What about you? What do you think?
That's such a good point. Is we always say that if you want to create a habit, one of the worst things to do is create a habit where it's actually painful. You're feeling punished. You're not seeing results. It's boring. You don't get immediate rewards. Everything with fitness is so boring in that way. And like I said, it's physically painful. You're breathing hard or your legs are hurting. And so we can remove some of that misery. That's a big part of just why this could be more effective for people. And that's what we've basically seen in studies that have shown, other studies directly with fitness. They had a study where somebody actually went into a VR environment and they literally were like lifting a dumbbell. You can see either like outside of the environment, rate your pain. How much pain do you feel? Then they would do it inside VR. Same exact thing. They see a virtual hand, a virtual dumbbell, still lifting a real life dumbbell. And they rate it as feeling less pain when they're in VR. And then when they gamified that, there's studies that show like if they actually do an exercise, do any kind of game, even if there's a ball bouncing in VR, just count how many times it bounced, or you're in some immersive environment that distracts you. That distraction made people rate the pain way less than if they were not distracted like that. So it is basically a brain hack where you're inside a virtual environment immersed into this thing, and it makes it so that you notice less pain. You're in that flow state. So that's part of it. The other part is time perception. They've also done studies showing the same thing where like time goes by faster when you're in that flow state, when you're playing a game, when you're using your brain to create strategies and to figure things out like you are. That's why games sometimes, like we always say, I'm only going to play for 20 more minutes, and then 4 hours have gone by, where on a treadmill it's the opposite. It's like, oh, I went over and worked out for 30 minutes, you look down, it's only been 10 minutes.
Oh man, yep.
And so that's what's cool. Their studies have shown that like it helps that time to go by. So just right out the bat, working on VR can make it so you feel less pain, which makes you enjoy it more. It makes you push harder because you're not focused on, oh, I'm gonna stop. Makes the time go by faster. So instead of like just slogging through this workout, so you look up and it's already over, which makes you enjoy it more. And the other big part of it is just the overall game. It also does make you push harder, and you'll actually going to get better results, because when you're in a competitive or cooperative kind of mindset, or you're trying to strategically win, you're more likely to push harder. And it's like if you're in an actual sport, that's fourth quarter and it's coming down to the wire, you're going to be pushing harder than if you're just looking in the mirror at the gym and trying to force yourself.
That's a good kind of segue. What are your favorite parts about VR fitness? Like just VR, and it doesn't have to be black box either. I mean, just could be anything VR fitness.
Yeah, that's a good question. I love doing Beat Saber. I do Beat Saber for cardio all the time. And of course, the FitX are Supernatural, Les Mills. It's a lot of great experiences. Thrill to Fight. That's a great one because you get a great workout. You're really pushing hard because you feel like you're getting punched and you want to win. And for me, it's also the social aspect of it, being on a team and doing cooperative quests like a black box, or things where you're actually working together on something. That accountability is great too. In games and sports, and you're part of a team, you actually enjoy it more, you perform better. So those aspects have been really important to me also. So not only is it more fun, time's going by faster. I used to do elliptical in the morning and just like try to distract myself with TV or reading in and out. The time just goes by fast, and I just want to do it again and again because the experiences they're just more fun. And if you want to do it, you're going to adhere to it. You're going to enjoy it. You're going to actually stick to it. And like we said, it's the only secret to fitness success is just sticking to it.
Yep. Yeah, I totally agree. For me, it's similar. There's a lot of VR fitness titles out there that are great. They're at home. You can just do them from the comfort of your home. And you're kind of just flailing around. We kind of joke, we use the term flailing, but really you're kind of just moving your arms around really fast. I think you look cool.
But yeah. Video of yourself like that.
No.
But you're sweating.
Exactly.
You're feeling good.
Exactly. And so even though you're not doing necessarily like crazy fitness specific movements, you're still moving your body. You're still getting blood pumping and things like that. And so that's been really cool to see in the industry, being able to just have a VR headset as a super low friction tool to be able to be their first step into fitness. And these people that are quote unquote just flailing around with some of the at-home titles, they're still getting a lot of cardiovascular benefits. There's stories out there we're seeing that people are losing 100 pounds, things like that. So that's really cool. So me personally, I love that it is distracting. It's great for cardio. On the kind of the gym side, black box side, for me, one of the biggest things is the efficiency side of it. Most people don't have a ton of time to kill these days. And also you just dread it. I mean, being in fitness my whole life, I still go in, I still dread it. I'm like, I don't want to do legs today. Like you mentioned, I'm like, I'm not going to do legs this week.
Put legs on Fridays, you can skip legs.
Yeah, exactly. True, yeah. But with intelligent game design, whether it's an at-home workout or the black box system, we designed it so that you have to do a well-rounded workout. And so sure enough, 5 minutes into the workout, there comes the big guy, the big rock dude, and I have to use specifically the water attack, which happens to be legs. Okay, here we go. I can't skip it. And so I think the immersiveness, kind of the forcing you to do a well-rounded workout and the fun. And I think the last thing I'd say is the data and competition. Data goes with the efficiency, but I don't have to ever think about changing my weights. All I have to think about is winning the game and pushing really hard. And that's awesome because we've all been in the traditional gym and you're on your phone, you're changing the peg and the weight stack and stuff like that. So love the efficiency and the data for getting the results without having to think about it. So So maybe, I mean, since we kind of touched on the at-home stuff a little bit, maybe we could talk a little bit about some of the cool at-home titles.
Yeah, I mean, today VR and fitness, it really is just a lot of great at-home titles, for cardio, direct workout games and apps that are for that. There's ones where you accidentally get a workout, kind of like Beat Saber and some of these other games like Climb, Blast Arm, where it's like, it's not meant to be a workout, but like you do get moving. That's the great thing, is like you're moving in these things and you're getting a little bit of exercise. But there's also treadmills that you can go out there and buy that you can actually put on a headset and be running through a different environment. There's things that are more direct fitness experiences like FitXR, Supernatural, and Les Mills, and things like that. There's rowing machines, there's bikes, there's all sorts of cool stuff like that. You can do it at home. And then, of course, our goal is to add that resistance training aspect to it, which today is a boutique gym environment. I've become into a town near you. But that's going to continue to proliferate as we continue to get more locations open and other people also know the value of this and be able to add resistance training. So we're still early days. The headsets are still kind of big and bulky. There's not that much awareness of this out there, even though Mark Zuckerberg and others are constantly pushing the value of it inside VR. So it is going to become a bigger thing when Apple releases their headset. There's a lot of people that believe that Fitness Plus will be a big part of that, because fitness is just such a great thing for them as well. So today it's early days, but as the technology gets a little bit better and as more people build this, people that we're talking to build even cooler, more fun experiences, it will become the mainstream way to work out. We'll look back and like, remember we used to go to the gym, just like lift things up, put it down, it's kind of like, and just look at a mirror or run in place or run outside in circles. It's like we're gonna be in these amazing fantasy sports environments, and gamers will be the most in shape people instead of the opposite.
I know, it's crazy. Do you have a favorite at-home title?
I think he's still going to go with Beat Saber, just because it's fun to get in there, fun environment, and you get a lot of custom music tracks. There's always something new. Love Thrill the Fight on the Force FitXR. It's just fun because there's like so many different options that you can just, what do I want to do today? What's my goal? What am I trying to accomplish? And there's always something. But what about you?
Yeah, I think my favorite is Beat Saber as well, for the variety. If you want to like get sensitive or rage out, you can listen to some Britney Spears, or you can listen to some Metallica. Actually, I don't know.
No, I'm sweating.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, cheers. No, yeah, Beat Saber is awesome because that is one of those fitness ones. And speaking of that, like that flow state wise, that one's legit because it's designed in such a way that it has the music, the beats, the movements, a darker kind of more moody environment. Yep, like a club.
So also scoring and leaderboards and stuff. So it's like you're always trying to like, oh, I want to beat this one on this level, and there's some very difficult tracks. So it's like there's always goals.
Yeah, totally. And I think the cool thing about the accidental fitness ones is the thing I've been liking about those is that they focus on the power of VR to be immersive, to put you in that flow state, to have the full gamification and mastery and stuff. Whereas a lot of the at-home fitness titles, not to knock them because they're still great and immersive, but a lot of them are just fitness first. And maybe it's just me personally, there's something about thinking too much about fitness when I'm trying to just think about the mastery and the fun in the game that makes it hurt more.
Get this many minutes done, get this many calories burned, versus just thinking, play this game. They call it auto-tele, where I'm playing a game for the fun of playing the game versus I'm playing the game because I gotta like get my rest.
Exactly.
Kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah, because when they're constantly talking to you about, do some squats, and I'm like, okay, I know I'm doing squats, yeah. Versus things like Beat Saber and Thrill the Fight, you're just freaking in there, and then holy crap, come out and it's been 60 minutes. I've had way more mind-blowing time dilation experiences like that with games that are designed that way. So I think that's an important note for any of the VR fitness creators listening to this as well, is try to start with the end in mind. You're trying to get people to have fun and almost forget that they're working out to get them the results. And so rather than thinking, oh, I'm just going to create what the fitness world has seen before and then just port that over. Yeah, so I think that's something I'm happy that we've done at Black Box. Maybe we just end on why the world just needs this.
Yeah, that's the thing that we're super passionate about is if everybody's already in shape and the fitness world is serving our needs, then there wouldn't be as much of a need for this. But everybody knows obesity is higher level than it's ever been. There's more people overweight, including kids and adolescents, all the negatives that come from that. Sometimes it's like, oh, it's bad to be overweight because you might just feel bad or you look bad. And it's not even about that. It's like there's so many aspects of health that come down to being fit and healthy that helps you to be the best you can for your family, for your life, and just build that confidence and obviously be sick less, live longer, all the benefits.
Yep.
That's what we're delivering, and there's more money is being spent on fitness industry than ever before. Like, we all have access to gyms on every corner, trainers, all the streaming services, free content on YouTube and websites. There's all sorts of personal coaching. You can get DoorDash to deliver healthy food. It could be here literally, like if I would have ordered at the beginning of this podcast, I have all the healthy food I wanted just right here. I know what healthy food is because there's so much content, all sorts of wearable devices that track everything. It's just crazy when you think billions of dollars more than ever being spent on this, and we're actually more out of shape and unhealthy than we've ever been in history. So something's got to change. We can't just keep doing the same thing. And that's what I think is bringing video games into it. That really is the power of the psychology of video game. The world's best behavioral psychologists, we gotta say, like video game designers. They figured out how to get you addicted to pixels and lights and sounds. And how do you use those same psychological principles to actually get people to get fit on accident, like we say, and enjoy that. And if you can enjoy that, you'll adhere to it and stick to it. And I think that's the value of what we're all craving. And I'm just super excited to interview a whole bunch of people and to learn more from everybody and really bring this together because the world needs it, right? Preston, you've seen the same thing.
100%, man. Couldn't agree more. Only other kind of piggyback I have on that is, like you mentioned, the obesity, is getting mentioned. You always think about it as just like maybe a U.S. thing. You hear all those scary stats, but actually, before we jumped on, I wanted to look it up, and apparently the global obesity is tripled, 3x times 1975, according to the World Health Organization. 40% of the world's adults are overweight, and over 13% are obese.
U.S. alone, I think it's like, almost 50% people are obese. Which
exactly.
Is insane.
I know. And to hear that that's starting to trickle out everywhere in the entire globe, I think it could be catastrophic for the world if it's not changed. And totally agree with you. Games can be super unhealthy in some ways, but used in the right ways, they can be the brain hack that helps you finally stick to fitness. So, super awesome to chat, obviously. Thanks, everyone.
We weren't recording.
No. I looked at the mic. I'm like, is that actually recording audio? But yeah, thanks, everyone, for listening. Anything else you want to say?
If anybody's building something in AR, VR sports fitness, we want to hear from you, so please contact us. You'll see the information on the show notes here, but let us know. We'd love to interview you. We'd love to learn more from you. So we're looking forward to chatting, and we'll be doing a podcast episode at first, just every couple of weeks, not too often, but kind of 30-minute episodes, and then we're going to be expanding that to more often as we continue to build it up. So please share. Please let us know your feedback, and we look forward to learning more from you.
All right. Sounds good. See ya.
See you.
Thanks for listening to the VR Fitness Insider podcast. Do you know of anyone that should be on our show or have feedback? Don't forget to email us at podcast@vrfitnessinsider.com and follow us at VR Fitness Insider on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. You can also join our Discord channel. Until next time, keep creating and dreaming up the next big thing that will revolutionize the world of fitness.
Institutions like universities, because they can range in cost, but somewhere in the average around $100,000. So connect with the chair of the kinesiology department.
Welcome to the VR Fitness Insiders podcast for the creators who are building the future of the VR and AR sports and fitness industries that will revolutionize the way the world will play sports, work out, and get fit. With your hosts, Preston Lewis and Ryan DeLuca, the founders of Black Box VR, who are building the world's first full-fitness VR gym and bring decades of experience from creating some of the largest fitness technology companies in the world. They're bringing together the best and brightest minds to help you and your company succeed in the VR fitness revolution. Welcome to the VR Fitness Insider podcast. Today we have a super special guest, one of the OGs of VR Fitness, Aaron Stanton of the VR Institute of Health and Exercise. Welcome, Aaron. Thanks for being here, man.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, man. And just to kick it off, why don't you tell the audience who you are and a little bit about your background?
Yeah, sure. So I'm an entrepreneur. Also, I'm the board director of what's called the VR Institute of Health and Exercise, working in conjunction with San Francisco State University, kinesiology labs there. And my parents made a mistake of telling me when I was a kid that you should do what you love. She was, you do what you love, because you love it, you'll do lots of it. And because you do lots of it, you'll get good at it. And because you're good at it, somebody will eventually pay you for it. And they made the mistake of telling me that one of the two things I love more than anything in life was video games and books. And so my career has been video games and books, one way or another. So founded a company a while back. I was acquired by Apple. I worked in the books publishing industry for quite a while. And then several years ago began becoming very, very interested in VR and exercise. So created the VR Health Institute for the purpose of bringing people into the lab and having them play different virtual reality games while connected to metabolic equipment, so that we can see exactly how much calorie energy burn is getting while playing every game.
So awesome. So yeah, it's one of the things we constantly hear about you and the VR Health Institute on CNN and all these major publications. If they're talking about VR and fitness, they're going to talk about you guys. But maybe take it a step back. You mentioned getting into VR. Like, what was it about VR? Like, when did you get into VR? Why were you interested in it?
I've been interested in VR since the very, very first kind of early days of VR, and then I got reinterested, of course, during the Kickstarter with Oculus. At that time, I was still working in my garage, my first startup, and so it was an interesting thing from a distance. And then after my career progressed a little bit, kind of became a professional enthusiast. If there was a VR-related thing, it's probably been in my garage at some point or another. The first system I ever got was a Vive, and it was the first time that they had controllers for VR units. And I was playing a game called Audio Shield. And Audio Shield is a highly active game where music plays and you have to use these shields to step left and right, block things. And Steam at some point in time, I had been playing Audio Shield for more than 100 hours. And I remember seeing them, I remember thinking kind of two things. Like, one is the realization that if this were exercise, and it feels like I'm doing exercise, I'm breathing heavy, I'm sweating, then VR was by far the best exercise equipment I've ever owned, because I'd owned an elliptical and a treadmill and a rowing machine. I'd never spent 100 hours on them combined at all, close to it either. And the second thing that I realized, which was I think more important in a way, is that, like, so I was dating at the time. I remember like thinking to myself, I was like going on the first date with somebody, I'd probably not lead the conversation by being like, guess what I've been doing with the last 100 hours of my adult life was playing VR, right? And that was weird in a way, right? Because like I would not have been necessarily afraid to tell somebody that's been 100 hours playing basketball or baseball, but we had this cultural expectation that, you know, spending 100 hours in a video game is just a waste of your life, a waste of your time. And so I realized that there was this interesting contradiction that the most effective exercise equipment I'd ever owned was the one I was most embarrassed to admit I used. Yeah, because we've spent 20 or 30 years teaching everybody that video games are the enemy of a healthy lifestyle, and that's too bad. And so I don't remember who I was writing for at the time, but I wrote an article for like Upload VR or something like this, where I just bought a heart rate monitor and I just wrote average heart rate of the top 5 or 6 games that I was playing. And the response to it was really, really interesting. About 70% of people read it and were like, that's kind of cool, you know, that's neat. And then 30% I would say were openly hostile. I don't remember all of them. But yeah, there's like this very, very strong gatekeeping. Certainly people who feel like you have to work hard and earn your physical health. No pain, no gain. If you are able to have the health benefits of exercise, but actually going through the suffering of exercise, then that's bad. Like, you can earn it. There is a little bit of a gatekeeping element there where people want you to do it a certain way. For the 80% of people who don't get enough exercise in their life, that is not helpful for them. I don't remember the exact comments, but like number one in particular was saying like, lazy ass gamer, get off the couch, go outside, get a girlfriend, play a sport, and be happy for the first time in your life. Something like that. So close to it. Yeah. And then the second one, and then there are these other kind of categories of comments that are coming in too, which is nicer, but they'd be like normally a response to one of those, where somebody would say, no, wait, nobody's claiming that you're going to lose a lot of weight playing VR, but for those people who are already stationary and not getting a lot of exercise, it's better than nothing. So, you know, good for him, good for that guy. And I like that person better, but he's also equally wrong. There is absolutely no reason from the data we've seen that exercise in VR is somehow less than traditional exercise. It's always kind of amazed me. You watch somebody do 100 squats without VR, you know, nobody disagrees with exercise. Put a VR unit and do the same 100 squats, people are like, well, it's not really intense enough. And at that point, I became interested in how exactly you scientifically go about demonstrating the energy cost of a new or novel exercise. And came across called indirect calorimeters, but you guys know this, but when you burn a calorie of energy in your body, you're spending it on consuming oxygen and breaking it into CO2. And so if you measure the ratio of oxygen to CO2 on an inhaled breath, and then you breathe out again and you measure what the ratio shift has been, you can calculate indirectly how many calories your body has had to spend to break the things apart. And it's about as close as we have to a reliable, scalable way of getting calorie costs or energy gas. Right?
Interesting. People don't realize like where does the fat go when you burn it off? You breathe it out.
You're breathing it out, right? But these machines, these indirect calorimeters, really owned by research institutions like universities because they can range in cost, but somewhere in the average around $100,000. So connected with the chair of the kinesiology department at San Francisco State University, and where we found a lot of student spirits. And basically we talked, and I said, listen, I think there's an entirely new generation of exercise coming, and nobody's really paying attention to it. Nobody's studying it yet. So we created what we called the VR health rating system, where we would bring in people to play games, measured, connected to the metabolic equipment, and we would rate the games based on their average energy cost. So is this game a resting equivalent? Is it a walking equivalent or an elliptical equivalent? Nobody has troubles looking at elliptical and saying this is an exercise machine. There are games that are absolutely better than ellipticals in terms of exercise. People will challenge it. They'll not believe it.
But such a smart way to do it is compared to other exercise, because you could say, here's how many, METs on the MET scale, or you could say just how many calories, but people don't really know like what's an elliptical burning calories and how much effort that is. So when you put it like this game is like fast walking, or this game is like sprinting, you are equivalating to the exercise that people are familiar with. We get the same kind of comments like on Reddit, forums, and you're exactly right. I mean, gatekeeping is such a great way to put it for the fitness people, because all the time it would be people saying like anytime there's any kind of new way to work out, it goes, why don't you just go squat, get chalk on your hands? Mm-hmm. What's the big deal? LOL. And it's like, hey, that's great. It works for you. Even though most of those people who you actually meet in real life are usually off their plan and not as hardcore disciplined as they like to think they are. But there would be that aspect of it. Like, it has to be this old school way we grew up with, Arnold and Lou Ferrigno, or the how you do sports and exercise. People just couldn't grasp it. And so it's very interesting to saw the same thing. And then you did something about it.
Think about performance enhancement. Like, if you look at like what the cutting edge of research in kinesiology is, it's like, how do you increase the speed of a muscle healing after it's been pulled? How do you increase that extra 1%, 3% increase in speed and running and stuff like this? And it's very, very fine focused in a percentage of performance extraction. And that is a field where, yes, discipline is like what you need in order to be like, those are very competitive people. And the problem with that is that, again, it's not as work. Majority of people, 70 or 80% of people who are not getting enough exercise, that's not for them. The reason I'm here is that I'm a horrible exercise. I am bad at it. I don't stick with it. So yeah, new exercise coming along that can be effective in compliance, does it actually consume energy and give you exercise when you do it? Is it something you will do a lot of? Those are the two ways we have historically measured the success of exercise in kinesiology. And VR, AR, these sort of things coming online, I think have the ability to completely blow out of water anything that we've seen before.
Right, end of podcast. I think that was it. that's really that's awesome. I guess good question. At the Institute, so we kind of learned a little bit about the reason behind it, the type of testing that you did, and kind of the high level findings. But tell us a little bit more about the findings. Like, what range of exercise did you find, and not only the physiological, but the psychological. Even if some of that is anecdotal. Like, what were the findings that either surprised you, or that was common, or that you guys?
There's only one thing that surprised me, but I'll come to that one in a second, because everything else actually aligned up with, to me, what is common sense, which is, doing the 100 squats with VR on is like doing the 100 squats without the VR on, but with a slightly less heavy head. So for the range, what we found that there's VR games that kind of were the full spectrum of the type of exercise you need to get, right? So first off, I'll say this, that with the exception of say, Black Box, the vast majority of our work is focused on cardiovascular energy cost, right? Because when I say that VR can be as good as equipment in the gym, like elliptical and stuff like this, that's not accounting for things like muscle activation or like resistance training and stuff like that. There's a whole category of development that we get to look forward to building out VR there. What we measure, though, is primarily like, if you run a mile in this thing, will it be the same as playing a game for an equivalent amount of time in that? So when you look at it from the cardiovascular side, you mentioned the MET scale earlier, for anybody who doesn't know what that is. So a metabolic equivalent of tasks is a common way to measure energy consumption of various different tasks, abstracting from things like body weight. So there's public databases around the world of like MET score databases of every activity you can possibly imagine measured by MET. And MET is a multiplier of base metabolic rate. So resting, sitting down is 1 MET. And then standing is on average around 2 METs, which is 2 times resting. 3 METs is 3 times resting, and so forth.
And it's funny, in that scale, you can go and see things from like playing violin, or like they'll even be like kissing. kissing vigorously.
Yeah, well,
see what else
yeah, like we actually worked with a team that was in a VR company, and I was talking to them about this, and we were like, yeah, so your game falls here. I don't know what the Met score was, but it was higher than the Met score for sex. So that the press headline should be, it's like better than sex, ... add exercise.
Just to kind of step back a second, doing all this research, it's been kind of data heavy, right? And potentially inaccessible. I mean, there's the scale we just talked about, but go through meta-analyses, and it's pretty dry and things like that. One of the things I like that you guys did that I thought was one of the coolest things was around adoption. Because in this industry, one of the hardest things is to get people to believe in it and to see it as a legit form of exercise, which you guys are doing. But not only have you guys been doing the analysis, what I really liked was the actual infographics and things that you came up with that were actually brandable pieces and parts. I think you came up with those pretty early on. But then we saw at vrfitnessinsider.com, we saw games starting to adopt those infographics of like equivalent of walking, equivalent of this and that, which I thought was super powerful for the industry because it was a great way to just take a baby step into kind of getting the genie out of the bottle with VR fitness.
Yeah, it's such a true point, and I almost think that once the findings came out that you guys published, that was the end of those Reddit comments. Like it literally was like the next day those kind of things went away. But I mean, there could be different type of things like, oh, well, you also have to carry on diet, but you guys really did it. And I wanted to know what you were going to say from the other findings. Maybe psychological findings are also the surprise, the thing that surprised.
Right. Well, and I also kind of want to finish so I was talking about the Met score. And the reason I was defining that was because I think it's important. If we can get one thing across to people, is that the VR and AR is not a secondary form of exercise that you do. You can't do real exercise. Like even today, I catch myself where I'll do something for 45 minutes that I know is good exercise, and then afterwards feel like I didn't really do. But I'm really not putting in the same work that somebody else is doing. Even though I know if I'd run on an elliptical, I would have gotten worse exercise than I did, but I didn't feel the pain of it. So if there's kind of key things that come across, one of them is that there's a really intense exercise out there for VR. And so on the Met score, when we measure a game when we rate a game, we rate it mostly on its Met score, right? Is its Met score the equivalent of running or elliptical or whatever? So a normal human pops out with activities around 10, 11, 12 Mets. It's about the upper range of what the average person can do for an extended period of time. If you're an athlete, you can get quite a bit higher than that for the rest of us. And we've definitely benchmarked games in the 11, 12 Mets range, which for comparison, by the way, like Thrill the Fight, for example, is a boxing game. It's consistently been one of the highest rated games in our system. Supernatural recently beat it for the first time in one variable. It beat it in overall average Met score, but it still lost out to a peak sustained Met score. So Thrill the Feet had moments that were higher intensity than Supernatural, but Supernatural over a 30-minute period had a higher sustained. To put that in equivalent, like Thrill the Fight falls in the range of the competitive mountain bike, like the Tour de France. So if you get like the higher end range of these VR games and you play for 30 minutes, you are basically, in terms of your cardiovascular stress, you are biking in the Tour de France.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, so really, really intense. And the key to that, though, and here's the part that again, seems to make a lot of sense to me, but I think a lot of people find surprising, is people don't realize it, don't feel it. Not in the same way. So one of the very first studies done by a graduate student named Dulcie, she brought in 40 subjects, 20 male, 20 female. These are mostly kinesiology students. These are healthy people. These are people who are spending their lives studying health and physical fitness. And the first part of the study is they came in and we ran through what's called the VO2 max test, which again, for anybody listening who might not know what that is the closest I can think of to a physical torture that they allow us to do in the lab. You put somebody on a treadmill in this particular case, and then you hook them to the indirect, it's the metabolic carts, and then you start running the treadmill very, very slowly, and you hook a harness onto them to a thing overhead so if they fall down, they don't hurt themselves. And then you start to ask them on something on the Borg scale, which is how much exertion do you feel you're doing, and then every time you ask them, you increase the speed or increase the elevation on the treadmill, and you just keep doing that. And the Borg scale is the last number on the Borg scale is the point of collapse. Like when you say that you're at that last number, that means that you are moments away from collapse. You want them to stop immediately because you are going to melt into the ground. And that is the way the test ends. The test continues until you reach that point. It's the point of the VO2 max test. And so we did this, right? You measure heart rate and all that sort of stuff. And so the idea is to get a benchmark. So when this person is at this heart rate and doing this level of exercise, how do they perceive it on the Borg scale? A lot of exercise, little exercise. So then had to come back, a few days later for the second part of it, where they played through 3 different VR games, and almost every single person in the study at some point in time hit their physical max. So like the point at which their body was consuming oxygen faster than it could be supplied, and that they were moments from collapse. Every single person hit that, but not a single person rated it as being higher than a moderate level of exercise, and also done with the Ford scale, right? So we know that what they consider to be collapse when they didn't have the VR unit, that same level of energy expenditure when playing VR, was not even noticeable to them. In fact, I remember one of the guys did this thing, and we were kind of cleaning up afterwards, and I asked him what he was going to be doing for the rest of the day. He's like, well, I haven't got my exercise routine yet, so I'm going to run to the gym. It's like you mostly
just did.
like we know for a fact that you just did a lot of exercise. Like, but yeah, and this is one of the things that we're fighting, because the good part about VR is that when you're exercising in it, you don't feel or experience the pain or discomfort of exercise, and that's great. That's one of our upside. The downside is that people get out of it, and it's like, that wasn't really exercise, was it? And so there's this cognitive dissonance between, yes, it is exercise. We're doing something healthy for yourself. And just because you don't suffer from it does not mean it's not good.
I think you almost can't describe better the problem that we have with VR fitness, trying to make it a bigger deal. It's like exactly that. Is people will do this hardcore workout and think, oh, either A, just mentally it's not the type of workout I know I'm supposed to do, like over there with those weights. Like with Black Box, we do resistance training. It's super heavy. I say it's like CrossFit inside a video game. And people still in their minds are like, oh, it's to bring my little 9-year-old to try it out. It's like, no, or people will try it. They'll kill themselves. Then they'll say, well, it's not really a gym replacement. And you have to convince them, and we spent a lot of time trying to do that. But yeah, you nailed it.
I think that's a perfect segue into our next question was, why are VR workouts better for some people than traditional workouts? So like, what are and you touched on some points, but maybe we can go a little bit deeper on just kind of the high level. You kind of mentioned pain perception is reduced, kind of mentioned time dilation, but I'd love to kind of hear what your thoughts are on those aspects.
Time dilation is a really interesting one, because yes, not only do you perceive pain less, but you perceive duration of discomfort as being shorter. Why is VR better than traditional exercise? So I have come to start trying to eliminate the vocabulary of exercise from my life. Right now we're working on a project we're referring to as How Fit Do You Get? And what it is the realization that certain games, that especially in this case, the one we're using is Until You Fall, which is a rogue-lite game. You start at the beginning and play. Every single time you start the game, you play as far as you can, and then you start again at the beginning. And we realized that's actually very similar to how a sport works, right? If you show up for a baseball game, you play from the beginning of that game, and then it ends. The next game you show up to, you start at the beginning again. And so we're like, well, that means, in a way, going to practice at a baseball game is kind of like taking a run at being the main boss and Until You Fall. And so we've done a lot of work on looking at our exercise A equals VR game A, or B, whatever. So we want to look at like seasons, right? Could beating Until You Fall, which can take lots of hours. I've been participating in the study, and it would run 85 or something like this. I've been dying over and over again against the last boss, the hardest difficulty of this game. So I've been doing this for a few months. And the question is, if I'd been going to a Zumba class for that same period of time, what would the physical fitness changes be like? And can I say that beating Until You Fall, not paying attention to exercise at all, the process of starting from easy and the level of physical fitness you have to attain in order to beat the very last guy Until You Fall, is that comparable to 2 months of Zumba? And as part of that, I'm on this new kick now where I'm like, I don't tell people I have to exercise today. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to set out to try to beat Until You Fall today. I'm going to take a run into the boss. I also talk about this concept of pushless exercise. So as part of the kind of the fun side of this experiment, beforehand I went and tried to run it 3 kilometers and time myself. And 2 things came from it. Like, one is that I can't remember exactly how long it took me, but let's say it took me somewhere like 35 to 45 minutes to sort of run this, record it, and stuff like that. And I realized that an average run Until You Fall is 25, 35 minutes, depending on how hard you get. So I do that on a regular basis. And the realization of how much more I hated every single second of running around that lake. Right? I mean, I play that game the same amount of time over and over and over again, and I've never once disliked it a tenth of how much I was very much aware of how much I didn't want to be running around that lake. So awareness, we refer to that as also the painless minute of exercise, right? That there's exercise that, you know, a running on a treadmill by itself has some percentage of the minutes you're on that treadmill that you are painless and you are not thinking about the discomfort of the exercise, the things you don't like about the exercise. And then a treadmill with a Game of Thrones episode probably has a higher percentage of minutes that are painless. And I believe that VR and AR has the potential of being the highest level of painless minutes of any form of exercise ever developed. And so, like, the push list comment is, you know, I was running on the lake. You're like, okay, I want to stop running, but I can't stop until I pass that tree way down there, right? That tree, I'm going to run to that tree, and then I can let myself rest. And then, yeah, and then you're like, okay, no, just kidding, it's the next tree over. And so you come up with these mechanisms to force yourself to overcome the thing you don't really want to do, but you feel like you have to, right?
Break it.
Yeah, and again, that's pushing, right? You're pushing yourself. And when I get done with the how fit do you get challenge, what I want to be able to say is it was a pushless exercise. Whatever exercise I did or didn't do, I only did the things I wanted to do. I didn't force myself to play one more level because I wanted to see how far, like, push and get exercise out of it. If I wanted to take another run at the boss because I realized really close to being that run, I wanted to take another run right then, I could. But if I didn't want to, I didn't. If I died early and only got 20 minutes of exercise that day, I quit, right? I normally try to get 3 to 4 runs of beating until you fall in a week. Then I have to go back to the question, right? Like, what is it about VR exercise and AR exercise that's really interesting for a nutritional one? Is that none of what I just described do I feel fit any of that. like, if you took away the exercise benefit of running on a treadmill, nobody would run on a treadmill.
Absolutely.
Out by lake, yeah, sure. There might be some people out there running around the lake, right? But the vast majority of what we think of as setting out to get exercise is activities that you would not do without the exercise component, with the exception of, like, say, sports and stuff like that. So yeah, when I talk about, like, VR and exercise, I think about it from the standpoint, on one level, I think about it from the standpoint of like this painless exercise, this pushless exercise, and whether or not we can get away from this mentality that exercise is something you have to seek out, right? It's just something you should be getting from the activities you enjoy.
Necessary evil.
Yeah. So that's the small answer, but there's a bigger answer about why you push.
No, I think that's great. The other thing that dovetails into that is you kind of mentioned a few of them. The show is for the creators as well, right? So what kind of tips do you have for the audience for what they should do or they should look at in creating a good VR fitness title? And then on the other side of the coin, what would you say to avoid? And we're kind of running a little bit out of time, so just, big bucket.
So I will say before we move past the other subject is that there's 3 reasons that people should be interested in VR and exercise. The first of them, which is that it's fun exercise, but that's what everybody else is just starting to discover right now. There's actually 2 other things in VR and exercise that I think are what make it inevitable to all exercise. Fun exercise, that's cool, right? But fun exercise has been around for a while. Like I said, people have played sports. Everybody's experienced that playing a game when they're a kid, they wake up the next morning and they feel really sore and they didn't realize how much strain they're putting on their body because they were engaged in other stuff. Like that same mechanism in VR is the same thing that it works back then too, right? So that's great. Fun exercise is good. The pain reduction also is beneficial, right? But there's 2 things that I think make VR and exercise inevitable to the future of all exercise. And I love that word inevitable, right? The very first day that electricity caused some sort of movement, its impact on humanity was inevitable, right? I didn't know exactly what the form or the timing or whatever it is, but there was no way that we were going to be able to pass up the ability to have electricity do things, right? And so I don't use that word lightly. So there's 2 things. One is that VR is the first generation of exercise equipment that is refreshing, right? So if I tell somebody that exercise equipment has a decay rate, like if you buy an elliptical or a treadmill and you bring it home, you will use a lot the first week and you'll use it a little less the second week. Use it a little less third week, right? And eventually you haven't used it for a long time. And I've tracked this on myself. My 3 pieces of exercise equipment averaged around 12 to 15 weeks after purchase. To the point of never using it again. And nobody's surprised by that. But what a lot of times people forget is that everything has a decay rate. So when I bought my PS4 years ago, I had played the launch titles that came out a lot. Right? I played Destiny, and I played it until I beat it, 60, 70 hours. And then I have not played a launch title on my PS4 for a very long time. I moved on to Destiny 2. And once the PS5 has been out for a long time, the same thing will happen with it. And so the idea that you can create one game that's going to just dominate all of of VR exercise for all time, I think is very, very different. Even without the exercise component of it, the closest I can think of is World of Warcraft, and they've continuously released updates and stuff like this, right? So I also tracked my VR exercise over a 2-year period, and I realized that if you look at it, it's actually still downhill slope. It's a much slower downhill slope than my traditional exercise, but it basically went like this. But what happens is you go and they hit the spike, then it go down a little bit, and then spike, and then go down again, right? And so I went back to my Steam history, and I looked at my purchase history and overlaid the purchase of games on top of that exercise graph, and it was really, really clear. 100% of the returns to exercise came from a game purchase. It was buying something new that happened to be exercise. And that's where the longevity comes from. So VR being the first generation of exercise where you can change it up as you go. You can refresh it with new content and change the experience entirely. I think it's really, really important, right? So from a game developer standpoint, your other question, I think one of the ways that you can provide a diversity of experience to people, I think is really, really important. It's one of the defining things. The second and third, I guess, and most important thing about VR that makes it inevitable, I think, is what I refer to as responsive exercise. The treadmill has been capable of understanding that you are, heart rate is 120 beats per minute. It may be capable of understanding you're trying to get to 140 beats per minute. But what can it do, right? It can increase the elevation a little bit, but it's still just a treadmill, right? But a game, knowing that you're at 120 beats per minute and trying to get to 140 beats per minute, can change everything, right? Monsters can become more aggressive. You can load into a new level with more guys. During rest periods on a hit routine, right, they can back off. You can stop during the time you need your heart rate to come down. You're buying new weapons and stuff like this. And it's really cool. So a game being able to know your heart rate, know your biometrics, know your targets, and dynamically adjust the gameplay as you go to walk you through an optimized exercise routine for you, designed to get the maximum energy out of you, will make AI not only the most interesting, the highest level of painless minutes, but also the most effective in sense of optimized. But here's the last part that I think is really, really important. So HIIT exercise, you have period of high intensity followed by rest, followed by high intensity, followed by rest. And HIIT is by far right now the most popular form of exercise that people do in the world. But if you ask people, does the average person quit exercise at the peak? They get there, they're like, I just can't do this anymore. And they throw away their controllers or whatnot. Or do they quit at the trough? They get done with an intense set and they're like, I don't think I can do another one. I'm just going to not start. Right? We have no data as far as about this. I think most trainers would guess the trough, right? But we don't know. And probably it's a distribution. Some people are probably rage quitting. And some people are getting to the trough and they're quitting 10 minutes early because they can't make it through another 15-minute cycle. We don't know. Right? So VR has a very interesting thing about it, which is not only am I adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that to keep you engaged in the game and get you through your target heart rate zones properly, but if I know that you have a 75% chance of quitting early if you die 3 times in a row, that you died twice, right? My job as the AI is to keep you at the upper end of what you can do, but make sure you don't die a 3rd time, right? Or if I know that you never quit in the middle of a boss battle, right, you always see that through. Can I start you on a 5-minute boss battle, 2 minutes and 30 seconds before we think you're most likely to give up early? Can we get you to do an extra 5, 6, 10% of not only optimized exercise, but longer exercise in a way that you actually enjoy? And those things together, those two are what make VR, what we're learning in VR, inevitable for all future exercise. And in 5 years, 10 years, you're not going to walk into a gym that does not have an awareness of you that we are learning about right now in VR.
So true. It's there's nothing else like that out there in traditional exercise and sports. That, and you're right. I like that word, inevitable. I'm gonna be
stolen from, by the way, to get a proper homage or whatever the term is, from Infinity Wars, Thanos or whatever it is. Thanos, I am inevitable. I do not. That's why he's my favorite villain.
That's awesome.
Nice. Yes. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like we could go all in on. It's super fascinating stuff to hear your perspective, because it's something we've also talked about at Black Box. We have aspects of that as well, right? Where we designed the resistance machine to put the user in a certain rep range with a certain volume to create lean muscle mass and maximize their cardiovascular health and things like that. So it is true, and it is really cool to see users' eyes light up when they just experience the magic moments of tiny versions of what you're talking about. But yeah, I mean, what you described and kind of laid out there as far as a completely adaptive game that is optimized to keep you in those health and fitness sweet spots, yeah, I agree. It's inevitable. And I wishing it was as easy as that, snapping the fingers.
Yeah, well, you know, if you could just do that, you could just wish everybody was perpetually healthy and fit.
Yeah, that's
So-
too.
Yeah, so many great notes. I think I'd like to end a little bit on what's next for you, what's next for the VR Institute, and we'll start with that, and then we'll go into like what you think is next for VR fitness in general. So, what's next for you?
Sure. What's next for us is the thing that I think is also next for VR fitness in general too. The sense of like what is interesting for one, I think is interesting for the other, and it goes along the lines of what I just said, right? So we like, as well as kind of rebooting our rating systems. They shut down for COVID because the labs at the universities have all been locked down for 2 years. So we're getting the process of getting those things running again. But that focuses on the responsive exercise component of it. We didn't touch on it much, but we mentioned the stuff about time dilation and understanding the role of things like audio game rewards and stuff like that, people's duration of exercise, and understanding effectively you can change dynamically gameplay. So what I was going to say earlier is that an AI that walks you through the experience is great. An AI that can plug into the back end of multiple experiences so that your entire platform of VR becomes an AI-powered system is much more interesting. Right? So the exploration we're doing at the VR Health Institute really is around that sort of stuff, trying to build out prototypes to see how dynamic exercise, what we refer to as motivational AI, AI that has the sole purpose of trying to make it easier for you to accomplish some things that you know you want to do, have picked for yourself to do, but hate doing. Or just aren't getting around to, right? So yeah, that's where we're focused.
I mean, I say GI is eventually going to kill us all, but I guess before that, it's blood and grit.
Yeah.
So
Your next one. Yeah.
So okay, here's my maybe this is what we end on, right? But like my philosophy about AI in the future, like it's very, again, sometimes it's different. It's like I'm sure, which is that, you know, have you ever seen the movie Her by chance?
Yeah.
Great movie, one of my favorites, right? But I think that's what people oftentimes think is like the best version of a good AI, which is just the smartest person you know working 24 hours a day on your behalf. I think the implications of the movie are really interesting across the board. Right? What I think is left out of the movie actually is that what really powerful AI is going to be is just like every single person becomes the luckiest damn person on the planet. Right? So like for me, the future of AI is you know, you wake up one day and you get up and go to work, and as you're leaving your front door, there's your fresh grocery delivery sitting on the steps, and it's 4 eggs and some bread and whatever, and you don't know why you have the eggs there because you never use it. Put it in the fridge, and you start walking down to work, and right when it starts to rain, some guy walks over and hands you an umbrella for no reason, just hands it to you, and so you use the umbrella, and right when you get to work, some guy comes out, and your AI tells you to hand the umbrella to that guy because he's leaving, and so you don't have to know where to put your umbrella, and then you go to work, and you go throughout the day, and you come home, and about 6 o'clock the doorbell rings, and it's your boss and his wife, and their car is broken down 3 blocks away, and while they're waiting for a repair guy to arrive, turns out the wife's favorite meal involves making 2 eggs, and you statistically mess up at least 2 eggs every time you cook, so you break and throw away 2 eggs, you have 2 eggs left to make the perfect dish for her, and they have a great time. You show up to work the next day with information about some major project coming in, and you know, all this sort of stuff, because your AI was talking to their AI. Their AI knew that they had not taken their car in for repairs. There's a statistical non-zero chance of breaking down, so they're routing them by places that if they broke down, they are near help. And they knew that high possibility it happened this time. It does. You have the food necessary to be delivering the perfect evening experience for them. So like what I think the future of good AI is just like every single time there's a random way that things can fall, and that right now sometimes connections made, sometimes they're not. All those things will just always land correctly, right? The person who has extra food and is trying to get rid of it will be able to stick his hand out, and the person who needs food will be there to receive it. And so the inefficiencies of the day elements of life will just kind of smooth out. How much hunger could you get rid of if you can perfectly know how things balance out, right? Including things like, by the way, like where the statistical odds and slot machines are and stuff like that.
Or all of a sudden we notice that there's a whole bunch of toilet paper supplies building up at the local Target. Like I might want to get ready for the next pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of that is going to come down to the AI stuff is interesting. But I think if that system wants to eliminate humans, all it has to do is run a bunch of ads online to make it uncool to have 2 kids, and then wait 300 years.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, there you go.
Sure.
That's funny. Oh my God.
Man, this is awesome.
Thanks so much, Aaron, for joining us. And for any of you in the audience, if you'd like to get into contact with Aaron, involved in what he's doing, reach out, we'll put all that info he's given us into the show notes. But yeah, can't thank you enough. Amazing insights, and it was a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much.
It's fun.
I hope everyone in the world sees this because so much great information. It's just shocking and just inevitable, and we're excited to have you as part of this industry, and we can't wait to see what you do next.
Yeah, likewise. So, all right. Thank you guys very much.
Thanks.
Bye, everybody.
Thanks for listening to the VR Fitness Insider podcast. Do you know of anyone that should be on our show or have feedback? Don't forget to email us at podcast@vrfitnessinsider.com and follow us at VR Fitness Insider on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. You can also join our Discord channel. Until next time, keep creating and dreaming up the next big thing that will revolutionize the world of fitness. Welcome to the VR Fitness Insiders podcast for the creators who are building the future of the VR and AR sports and fitness industries that will revolutionize the way the world will play sports, work out, and get fit. With your hosts, Preston Lewis and Ryan DeLuca, the founders of Black Box VR, who are building the world's first full fitness VR gym and bring decades of experience from creating some of the largest fitness technology companies in the world. They're bringing together the best and brightest minds to help you and your company succeed in the VR fitness revolution. Today, we have a digital fitness industry pioneer, Josh Kozak. Josh, thanks for being here.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Honored, especially being an early guest. We'll look back on this in a couple of years from now, and this will be bragging rights.
Heck yeah, man. Made
That's
it.
right, yeah. You imagine being one of the first Joe Rogan guests. That's got to be pretty cool.
There we go.
So, just to kick it off, why don't you just give our audience a little quick intro to who you are and tell them a little about your background.
But thank you, Preston. As you said, my name is Joshua Kozak. I've been in the health and fitness industry for 20 years now, but in the last 13 years or so, strictly on the digital side. I was early to exercise streaming back when your main options were DVDs. We started streaming back in like 2010, 2011. That's led to over 1 billion workouts streamed over the last decade. And then in 2014, we were early partners with Android Wear and Apple Watch. Started building smartwatch apps, leveraging the motion sensors in the apps to launch a suite of apps that could track human movement from sleeping to exercise, etc. That resulted in acquisition offers from 3 of the top 4 smartwatch manufacturers at the time. And then most recently in 2018, partnered with a large healthcare company to start a healthcare / wellness / fitness company, kind of the convergence of therapeutic exercise and healthcare. We sold that in January 2021, and now I'm looking towards the next frontier, which is why I'm here joining you all.
You've been in so many different parts of fitness and technology and using different technologies. It's just amazing to hear about like 1 billion workouts served. So 1 billion Coach Kozaks out there doing workouts.
Yeah, I know it's kind of weird, especially because it's like I don't get to see them face to face. So it's all just shot in a studio with just a couple of people standing there. And it's not really until I go out into the real world and get the privilege of meeting some people that are following the workouts that it becomes real.
Yeah, no doubt.
All your fans.
Tell us more about HasFit.
Yeah.
So a little bit more about what is it, how'd you start it, why'd you start it?
Well, thanks to HasFit, I'm officially like an E-list celebrity. I think a little longer, and I might qualify for Dancing with the Stars. Yeah, so I'd be out in the first round. I can tell that. With HasFit, we deliver full-length home workout videos, and we've always used YouTube as a top of funnel, so people find us via YouTube, and then they move downstream to our own products, which is our mobile apps, our smart TV apps, and our website. We really serve just about every demographic and modality you could think of.
And so those that don't know it, it's basically streaming workouts with Josh and your wife, right?
Yeah, my wife and I, we lead them together. I got started on my own, so actually before I met her. And it's funny, the audience was like 90% male at that time, right? And then I brought on her, and it was like the perfect yin and yang combination, and now we're like 50-50, and it just makes everything better and easier.
That's so awesome. So tell us a little bit more about what you learned. Like obviously, like you said, you don't see directly the people that are doing the workouts, but I'm sure you get a lot of feedback. What type of feedback do you get? What have you learned about the fitness consumer through those streaming services?
Yeah, a lot, but it's only a 30-minute podcast. So I'm gonna try to keep it short. Try to keep it short and sweet. One of the biggest benefits that we have is really just the connection that we've been able able to build with the audience in that they really appreciate seemingly having us being in their living room. It's one of the biggest add-ons that we have. We try hard to be personable and real, but not like a fake character putting on a show. But it's like, oh, my legs are actually burning too. Like, oh, it's actually hard for me. Like, oh, shoot, I just sprained my hamstring in the middle of the shot or whatever. So just being real and genuine. But then I think the other thing too, just understanding that so many people have limitations that are getting in their way from exercising, and that could be things like full-time jobs and responsibilities with kids to physical ailments, etc. So, we want to live in this world where we feel like, oh, all you got to do is it's easy as stepping out there and hitting the play button. But everybody has all of these things that are constantly pulling at them, pulling them away from you to accomplish their fitness goals.
It's interesting being able to have that connection, like you said, and just knowing that the workout is there. Like they just need to press play and do the workout. And you hear from the people that do the workout, but what we don't hear from are the people that didn't press play and they didn't stream that workout that was there. So it's interesting, like you said, there's so much in people's lives that might hold them back from that. What have you seen that works for that consumer? What doesn't seem to work for them? And more about that.
Yeah, I think just from the appeal of having easily accessible home workouts, it removes a lot of the barriers to entry. The ability to say, hey, I don't have to look presentable to go to the gym. I don't have to worry about the commute. We have a lot of young parents, like, oh, I put my child down for a nap and I'm going to hit a quick 30-minute workout while they're asleep in the other room, or while they are in the room, I'm going to work out. And so for Hasbit's audience, it's really about just the easily accessibility and just like being able to play at any time with no excuses whenever they have 10 to 30 minutes in their day. And so the people that are successful are the people that build that habit to look for those moments and get that workout in. So it sounds like you're right there in their living room, speaking to the consumer in a really organic, approachable way, which when we looked at your videos in the past, it definitely has that really approachable feeling to it, which I think is great for people. Because as we know, a lot of people are intimidated by fitness in general. So it's awesome that you've approached the intimidation factor by being real on your end, but then also, as you mentioned, reducing the friction, which increases adherence and things like that. Super cool. Exactly. Yeah.
It's actually an interesting point too. Sometimes when you see like professional streaming instructors, like Peloton instructors or Apple Fitness instructors, people seem to think they have this like perfect life and so they have perfect motivation. It's simple for them, and if it was my job to work out every day, then I'd be in shape. And it's hard to relate to people like that, even though behind the scenes those people have just as many struggles, if not more, than a lot of people. But it's nice to have somebody that seems more real that people can relate to.
That's one of the things that's wrong with the fitness industry as a whole is there's this misconception that you have to be perfect, that all these people's body is perfect 365 days out of the year, and that if you're not that, why am I even trying? And if I can't work out 7 days a week for an hour at a time, then what's the point? But that's the real world. That's not real life. We've been successful in being more genuine and authentic. I think my first weight set at 13 years old. I've been exercising since then. I have to motivate myself and give myself a pep talk. I'm going to work out later today, and I'm going to need to give myself a little pep talk before I do it. We dovetailed right into the next question, so I won't spoil that one. But I just want to take a quick moment because our audience is the builders as well, creating these things. So I think one kind of pin to put in it is that note that a lot of creators, when they feel like they want to create something great in this industry, they think that it has to be this crazy high production value. And then speaking of friction, not only on the fitness side, but friction on the creator side, you're just like, oh crap, I don't have the cash to get this fancy equipment or the cash to do this crazy studio or whatever. But I think that's the other thing, aside from serving the customer. One of the cool things that it seems you've done with the Hasbit stuff is just saying, hey, I'm just going to use the equipment I have and get it out there as a creator and serve the audiences as quickly as possible as well. So I think that's a good note to show people that you've really proven the lean, rapid production aspect as well. Yeah, just to follow up with that briefly, I got started with a $100 Canon PowerShot camera that I picked up. It was not a camcorder, a digital camera for those older folks listening that remember those before we had smartphones and take. They could only shoot 10 minutes at a time. So I would shoot 10 minutes and then it would go off and then I'd have to restart and put everything back together. And all that to say, I think people are coming, you can be your real self, be someone that they can relate to. They're going to show up for that over quality lighting and 4K video.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, so on that note, like we mentioned, what do you see as the biggest problem with the fitness industry today? We kind of mentioned a little bit about the difficulty and the people that seems too perfect and we're not being as organic as possible. But in fitness in general and current fitness companies, there's a whole bunch of stuff out there, so many streaming services, so many gyms and different types of workouts and different types of equipment and wearables. There's so many things, but yet we're more obese and we're more out of shape than ever. And we always talk about that stat of 80% of people aren't able to stick to a fitness program even with all those options. Why do you think that is? What does the fitness industry get wrong today?
That's a great question, and it's just like you mentioned. I mean, hundreds of millions and billions of dollars going into startups trying to solve this problem, and we're not any closer to achieving it. When I look at the industry and what problems they're trying to solve for, they're trying to solve for education, and they're trying to solve for like self-quantification or metric tracking, right? Like new trackers, etc. But if you actually speak to people, that's not the problems they're experiencing. People aren't not exercising because they don't know it's good for them. By now, everybody knows, like everybody at every corner of the planet, they know they should be exercising. It's not a secret. So the education side, it's like, what are we doing here, folks? And then the self-quantification side really only helps those that are doing everything else right. And that's going to give them like that top 2 to 5% edge and improvement. And that's great if you're already getting 8 hours of sleep a night. You're already eating getting all of your nutrition. You're already exercising. You're already getting all of your non-exercise activity in. But that applies to so few people. And so when you actually like start talking to people, it really boils down to like 3 things. They lack motivation. Why exercise? Like, I don't have the motivation to get started. They lack consistency. They get started and they quit, and then they're not going for any extended period of time. It's off and on the wagon is what I hear all the time. And then, quite frankly, they find exercise boring, which is why we're here having this conversation today. It just doesn't interest them. It's like running on the treadmill. The types of modalities that we've put together are natural for us and our human brains. Like, what are we working towards here? And so they all kind of compound into the other overlaying problem, which is it takes a long time to see results when it comes to fitness. So because we're not seeing results, we lose motivation, we lack consistency, and exercise is boring. Those hundreds of millions of dollars aren't going into solving those problems. They're going into like high tech, which is cool. I love tech, technologists, but I like tech that solves a problem. I don't think we're solving that problem right now.
Good points. Couldn't have said it better.
Come down from my soapbox now. I
think we're all on that soapbox.
Yeah.
It's a big soapbox. There's a lot of room.
To transition a little bit, you talked about Hasbit, you were early in the space, you got scrappy with the actual production of things, rapidly created value for a growing consumer base. You were able to reduce the friction of going to the gym, not even having to go to the gym, but being gym/fitness experience in the comfort of your own home. And were you doing this before the P90X days or the same time?
P90X had been around. They had launched P90X and Insanity, were their 2 products. That was before they had a whole suite. At the time it was just the 2 DVD offerings.
Yeah, so you're creating this content super early. As you mentioned, you're a technologist, using the tools you had at your disposal, right? Even if it was a crappy little camcorder or whatever, you just went out and grabbed the tech and went after it. It sounds like, and we'll get into this a little bit later in the show, but you're starting to do that with your next venture. But what kind of started to get you interested specifically in VR and AR and some of these other newer technologies?
You kind of alluded to it already, but my methodology all along has been to say what technologies are coming on, what trends are coming on that are what we can leverage to help keep people moving. And and the other thing I would add to what you just said about Hasbit is it was bandwidth increase. It was just at that point in time that bandwidth was fast enough to support streaming video. There's a reason why Netflix started with mail and not streaming, right? It's like the speeds just weren't there. And so now we're entering another paradigm shift where there are new technologies coming on that have the opportunity to make exercise more fun, right? I see that being the biggest problem when I look back at my experience and where I've been and where we are now and where we're headed is what can we do to make exercise more fun? And VR, AR, and some of the new technologies creating opportunity to not only make it more fun, but then lower that motivation threshold required to get moving. It's just a logical answer and next step we can leverage compared to where a lot of people are going right now, just going back to the last question, which is improvement in sensor technology, which is great, but that's only going to help the 5% that are already doing everything else right.
Do you have any kind of magic moments when you first tried VR and you're like, okay, wait a minute, this is a different tech, it's going to be insanely powerful?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't want to say I would like tear down other people's products, but like when I tried VR fitness products, I'm like, hey, this is really cool, but man, I would do this, I would do that, I would do this different. And so I think for me, it was getting in and then seeing the opportunities on what I was trying to look, steal or borrow, what people were doing right, and then improve on where I think I can improve. What got exciting was when I said, look, here are the VR fitness games and applications that already exist. And honestly, I think there's so much room for improvement, but they're already engaging people. So it's like, wow, if they're working right now like this, imagine if X, Y, and Z were to happen. So to me, that's the exciting part, is to see like how much is left, right? How much improvement is left.
I mean, on that note, like I think we kind of all agree, right? We used to play certain games like Beat Saber or other kind similar ones. It's like there's something really magical that happens in VR, the immersive part of it, and like really being into these experiences. But there does seem to be a missing piece, and what we always kind of talk about is that progression piece. Is games do such a good job of creating those compulsion loops that make you want to come back, and you've invested time into this game and created things like personalization and the goal setting, which a lot of the current experiences are pretty one-dimensional. It's just do the workout, and but there's not much more that connects it all together.
Good point. I mean, piggybacking on that too, what you are seeing is, of course, everyone goes out there and borrows patterns and learns new things from new games and this, that, and the other. It is interesting to see. We are in the kind of early days of VR fitness, but it is interesting to see a lot of people are going out and barely tweaking experiences, right? Versus, and again, we'll get into your stuff, but it's just another kind of rhythm dancing. Yeah, exactly. So really interested to talk about what you got coming up. But last thing on the VR AR side, are there any experiences there that you've seen are the best ones out there specifically for VR AR fitness?
Yeah, I promise I'm not being paid to say this. To me, Black Box VR is really setting a bar pretty high. Just so it doesn't sound like this is a paid promo, I'm going to articulate in my own words why. So it's the differentiation between a gamified fitness experience versus a fitness-driven game. And I think that's a really important distinction, because what you see most people in the market doing today is they're just taking normal exercise fitness and then they're adding points, leaderboards, and badges to it. But that's not a game. You're gamifying fitness, but it's just still fitness compared to what Black Box VR is doing, which is a game that happens to be driven by the fitness that you're doing. I could play Black Box VR with a controller traditional, where you can't say that about most VR fitness games that are just using like normal movements and just adding points to it. So that's what excites me, is the potential to take it to the next level and not just be a copycat arm swinger rhythm game like some of the other projects out there.
It definitely wasn't a paid promo, but what's your Venmo again?
Yeah, exactly.
Hit you up.
Email. I mean, that's what's our entire goal from the very beginning. Is like, how do you make it actually a fun game first that you want to play and you itch to come back, and then add on fitness aspect to it from there. Make sure it's an effective fitness program, of course, because I'd much rather just play the controller if I'm not going to get the fitness results from it. So got to make sure that you get both sides.
Of course, yeah, of course, you got to get represented.
Yeah, awesome. So again, you got all this history in the fitness space, pioneer. Tried all these VR AR experiences, kind of been gathering these patterns and seeing how you can build your own product. And now you are starting a new immersive fitness company called, is it Ludo?
Yeah, Ludo. Yeah. Ludo with a different spelling. In Latin is play. So I just kind of switched up the spelling there.
I was wondering if you'd use that.
I want to build the Fortnite of fitness, which, you know, is an ambitious goal, but you don't accomplish large ambitions without having that goal. To start, it's just a mobile fitness game using your body as the controller. We use a computer vision technology to track your body and the movements that you do and give you credits for those movements. And so we play kind of a mix between an endless runner game and a role player game where you have sessions, levels, quests, and sessions start at 5 minutes apiece. Cool.
We saw the video post, I think it was on Twitter or something, we saw it pop up. Looked super compelling. So why start with mobile?
You know, this was like something that I toiled with for quite some time. And right now it's accessibility is what it comes down to. You know, there's the cost of the VR headsets, and then there's still motion sickness challenges for some users, and then the tracking requirements that I need. We're like early, you know, iPhone 1 phase of the hardware development lifecycle. So for me, I've chosen to get the game out there and be able to provide a very similar experience to what I will eventually be able to deliver in AR, VR, but through mobile, and accelerate my learning. So this way I can get it out, I can start learning, and then when the time is right, we can port the game over to our VR. And then I kind of alluded to earlier, but the best analogy I have is
started this with a two column
they named the company Netflix.
We need a whole new shape for this.
That was always the plan, but they had to
Same as
wait
last time.
for
Using any of the texture or fog components,
started just
so
mail
we'll remove
order,
that
and
as
then it
we
was
go.
mostly mail order
I'm
with
envisaging you
streaming
using this for
options,
background.
as a
If
way
you actually want to
bandwidth
apply this
go,
to objects
but
in
then
some
when
other way,
bandwidth caught
you
up,
can leave
boom, they
it.
were
Leave the rig and give it
so
style by
if I
code
were to
anyway.
say what playbook
Leaving
I'm trying to run
This
right
going
now,
to
that's
set up the quad.
Yeah, that's smart. And again, quick
You
point to
know,
the
as if you
audience,
don't
all
know
of
it,
this creation set in the text of
that's the
what
end
technologies are
think
available. What you're doing is basically you have this idea of, okay, VR, AR is going to be super powerful, kind of lean startup-wise, using what you have, learning as quickly as you can.
That's full page
So
still
do you want to talk about what problems?
I hope you found this
does
tutorial
Ludo solve?
useful in some
Yeah,
way.
you know, one we
As
talked
ever,
about
the full
before,
page is
lowly
available on
improvement,
GitHub.
which is the motivation and
Description
consistency side, right?
Well,
Trying to
since it's
eliminate the
it's fine.
cognitive requirements that precise places on individuals at this point in time. But I'll spend just a little longer talking about two others that maybe aren't as obvious. One is young people. In our early customer research, we have a lot of younger individuals that are super interested in what we're doing, and we have a lot of parents of young people interested in signing up on the wait list for their kids because they're like, my kids play too many video games, and maybe this is a way I can actually get them to move. And then kids are interested as well. So, you know, like us older fellas that have been lifting weights and doing things the traditional way for quite some time, it's a little harder to teach an old dog new tricks where the newer generation doesn't have established habits yet. So with this young new generation, I don't have to change behaviors that may already exist. And then the other thing that stood out in our research is short bouts of movement throughout the day. Ludo can work two different ways. So again, the levels are 5 minutes. So you can either participate in 6 back-to-back 5-minute levels and do a 30-minute full-body workout. Or if you work from your desk all day, like, you know, the 3 of us do, right? Like, oh, shoot, my back doesn't feel good. I got 5 minutes in between meetings. You know what? I want to keep my streak alive. You can turn Ludo on, knock out 5 minutes, get your points, keep your streak going, and get back to your desk. So it also works for short bouts of movement.
Hi, in this series we're looking at the wonderful world of compute shaders. In a previous episode I created a 2-colour vertical gradient, and in this episode we're going to extend that.
Google アプリお花をよくいただくので部屋に飾ってます。初めて見る花は気になりますね。チョコレート。世界はもっと検索できる Google アプリ。
Hi, in this series we're looking at the wonderful world of compute shaders. In a previous episode I created a 2-colour vertical. Hi, in this series we're looking at the wonderful world of compute shaders. In a previous episode I created a 2-colour vertical gradient, and in this episode we're going to extend that to be a 3-colour vertical gradient. We can no longer assign the colours to the vertices, so we're going to have to use the fragment shader. Let's get started. I started this from the two-colour gradient episode. But all I have here is a quad parented to the camera, nothing you can't.
Web ウェブデザイナーと制作会社のために開発された次世代のウェブ制作プラットフォーム Mix。
In this series, we're looking at the wonderful world of compute shaders. A quick way of getting a more interesting background in a 2D project with a solid colour is by using a vertical gradient like this. We're going to use a shader to create a 2-colour vertical. gradient, and at the end we'll have a little bonus and we'll animate it like a night cycle. Let's get started. The first thing we'll do is create a quad that we'll apply our gradient to. Right click, select 3D object and quad. The standard orthographic camera is 5 units, so we'll scale this up to 10 in Y so it fills the vertical, then choose something large like 25 for X, so it will cater for several aspect ratios. Parent the quad to the camera so it follows it around and gives you that constant background. Currently, it's just using some default lit material, so let's create our shader. Right click, create, shader, unlit shader. We'll call this vertical gradient. Right click on the shader and select create material. This creates a material from our shader. Drag it onto the quad to assign it. Let's get started on the shader code. Firstly, we don't need anything to do with textures. We're going to create the gradient entirely in shader code. So we'll delete main text and we'll add 2 color properties. First is the top color for the gradient, which will default to white, and the second is the bottom color, which will default to black. As we're using this for a static background in a 2D application, we can simplify this shader. We'll remove the fog related code as we go through, so we can get rid of the multi-compile fog line. We don't need to change anything in our app data structure. We're going to use the UV coordinates to do our gradient for us. In our V2F structure, we're going to make one slight change to the UV output. Instead of it being a float to UV, we'll change this to a float for called colour, and that's what it will represent. Again, we remove the fog code from here, so we don't need that. Now before our vertex function, we have the 2 variables for using the texture. We can remove them and add in the 2 variables we do need for the colours. That's a fixed for top colour and a fixed for bottom colour. If you've not come across fixed for before, you can think of fixed for as a really low precision float. It can only take values in the range -2 to +2 and has a granularity of 1/256, which makes it perfect for colours. In the vertex function, we keep the mapping of the object vertices with Unity object to clip pos and remove the texture and pop components. In their place, we're going to assign our colour element of the V2F struct we added earlier. So how are we going to do this to create our gradient? We need a quick recap on how UV coordinates work. The UV maps the texture onto a square where the bottom left is 0, 0, moving to 1, 1 in the top right. This is exactly how it'll look on our quad. So when the Y coordinate of the UV is 1, we're at the top row of our quad. When it's at 0, we're at the bottom. So what we do here for the colour is to linearly interpolate with the lerp function between the bottom colour and the top colour using the uv.y coordinate. Note I'm going from bottom to top because the UVY coordinate is 0 at the bottom and 1 at the top, else our gradient will be upside down. In our quad, there are only 4 vertices, but this will also work for shapes with more vertices, and it will assign the correct colour at each one using the lerp. Finally, in our fragment shader, we can simplify this right down by deleting everything here, then simply returning i.color. Because we've correctly assigned the gradient color to each vertex, it will get linearly interpolated for us for each pixel. That's it. Let's dive back into Unity and see this in action. You can see already that we've got the default white to black gradient on there. I'll just switch to game view so you can see it more easily. And we can change the colours on our material to get any sort of effect you like. I quite like this black to orange colour as it reminds me of that cool dust glow you get. You could take this one step further and animate it, simplify this right down by deleting it.
I need to find the best way to learn math and science. It's brilliant.org. What?
Hi, in this series we're looking at the wonderful world of compute shaders. In a previous episode I created a 2-colour vertical gradient, and in this episode we're going to extend that to a 3-colour vertical gradient. We can no longer assign the colours to the vertices, so we're going to have to use the fragment shader. Let's get started. I started this from the 2-colour gradient episode, but all I have here is a quad parented to the camera, nothing you can't set up yourselves. We need a whole new shader for this, so right click, create, shader, unlit shader. We'll call this triple vertical gradient. Right click on the shader and select create material. This creates a material from our shader. Drag it onto the quad to assign it. Let's get started on the shader code. Same as last time, we're not using any of the texture or fog components, so we'll remove that as we go. I'm envisaging you using this for a background. If you actually want to apply this to objects in some other way, you can do this to create.
Working on a shader requires you to use different positional information than the default coordinates. The vertex position node allows you to select which coordinate system to use. To create the shader graph, let's first create a shader to use as an example. So right-click in your project and select Create Shader PVR Graph. Then name the new shader Sample Graph. output and one parameter to the space dropdown in your graph. Create node. Start to type in the word position and click the result that matches. You'll now have a position node sitting in your graph. The position node provides access to the mesh, vertex, or fragment's position. It controls how a shader behaves in a scene and in what space it renders. For example, if you change the position to view, the shader will always render from the view direction of the camera. The output is the coordinate space that can be determined by the space dropdown. This node has a single output and one parameter. On the right side is the normal position generated, labeled out. The space output parameter allows you to select the coordinate space of the vector position to output. It has the following options: object, view, world, and tangent. The object output parameter is the position based on the object's coordinate.
デスクトップヘッドレスモード。 ロジックマジか。いい世界。 セットなんだこれ。入れないとなんだ。 こ
it to somebody's existing workout routine without necessarily having to replace it as well, just to help them get more needed throughout the day. So people that will benefit are, would you say, kind of the general population, or would you say specifically the younger, early kind of adopters, not having to change their behaviors and things? Yeah, you know, like, I'm a big fan of show me, don't tell me. And right now, I only have tell me data. I don't have show me data. But all the tell me data says that it's actually a really wide range. We have people on our wait list from 12 years old up to 80 years old. Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a stat. 15% of the people on our waiting list are between 60 to 80 years old. So yeah, you know, it's a problem that people have all across the board. And so while, yes, I'm really looking to capture 80% of the people that aren't exercising regularly, other insight that we've learned is people that are exercising regularly, they don't necessarily love what they're doing. Yeah, they've built that habit, but that doesn't mean that they are enjoying it. You know, so looking for something to keep it fresh and not boring, or additive to what they're already doing, but just to get more movement throughout the day or on off days. True. Well, so what specifically makes extra gaming so powerful, right? So you're specifically going to extra gaming. What are you seeing as the things that make it so powerful? I kind of alluded to this earlier, but I think it's important to double down on it, which is that it's not just adding points, badges on the leaderboard. That doesn't make it a game, if you will. So instead, it's all the behavioral design elements that are going to make that positive impact. It's the craft of deriving all the fun and engaging elements found in games and applying them to exercise so that people are pulled into exercise versus having to be pushed into. You know, it's a key distinction. I mentioned having to go get a session in later. I'm going to have to push myself into that. It's not like being pulled into it like where I go to a 30-minute Xbox session. Like, those are two totally different things. So to me, that's what makes it so powerful. It's that push versus pull.
That's such a good point. We talk a lot of Black Box about a hooked model, how people create habits around new products. And you probably heard of it, the book by Nir. It kind of made me think about what we talked about earlier with vrfit. He said, you don't know where they are before they press play on your video, right? Today's video. You only know them when they hit play and they did the workout. And there's not much going in between all of that, right? So hitting play is basically like the action, right, from the hooked model. Then after that, there's got to be a variable reward. And usually with workout streaming services, you do get a little bit of a reward. Obviously, you feel good about yourself, and dopamine, endorphins, and things like that from doing the workout. But you also get a lot of negative. You get the pain of the workout. You're tired. You sacrifice time. You could have been doing something else. You know, there's the investment that they've given into this, and you get something back from it. A lot of times, these streaming services, once again, you might have invested into your tracking, right? So now I've got my streak. I've got some calorie burn in there. And I've invested that, and then there's got to be some kind of trigger to bring them back, right? So the whole idea is there's a trigger that brings you back into it. Games are really good, especially mobile games, right? They're so good about push notification. You need to come back in because you need to do this thing, or this timer just got done. Or normal game, you're going to play with your friends, or there's a tournament or something fun going on. Doing that action and then getting that reward. Where it sounds like with Ludo, the goal, as with really good extra gaming type of systems, is to complete that loop versus just the action phase. How do you feel about that? And have you seen that? That seems to make sense.
That aligns with the way I'm thinking as well. I think Nir does some really good stuff. If we're talking about behavioral design, my favorite researcher is Yukai Chow. You got to read his Actionable Insights, Actionalysis framework. So very similar in that understanding how we can bring people along and really just get people to perform the requirements of the game, which in this case is exercise, without having a deep cognitive load about it. You know, the thing I mentioned to earlier, big problem with exercise is it takes too long to see results. In this way, we can get you in 5 minutes in, you're seeing results. You're getting points, you leveled up, you went through like 3-4 achievements, like, oh, I saw results right away. So they're a different type of result, but we're already able to reward. And then the goal is that we get you in long enough where then like, holy cow, wait a minute, there's a whole other result happening with my physical real body here, not just in the app. So we have to keep people hooked, if you will, to use like Nir's word, long enough to see those real world results. And that's the power of this type of design enables. That's such a good point. We talk about that all the time. So true, because even if you know everything about fitness and eating, it takes so long to actually see results. Right, to actually see that dopamine splash of progress. And as you guys were mentioning, video games are the opposite.
皆さんこんにちは。今回のトピックはシェーダーグラフの UI 対応です。今回お話しするのは Unity 2023.2 におけるシェーダーグラフの新機能の一つです。 シェーダーグラフを使って UI 用のシェーダーを制作することが可能になりました。UI に対してシェーダーを適用して特殊な演出をつけたり、アニメーションさせたりというようなことができるようになるわけですね。簡単なサンプルを作ってみました。ボタンと画像が配置されているだけの単純なシーンです。画像にはいわゆるモザイクエフェクトがかけられています。このボタンを押すとモザイクが外れて元の画像が見えるようになります。このモザイクエフェクトはこの上のシェーダーを使って動的に描画しています。このレゾリューションプロパティを操作することで動的に解像度を変えられるようになっています。この画像の縁の部分は UI のマスク機能を使って丸くしています。シェーダーグラフが正式に UI 対応したことによって、このような UI 側の機能とも問題なく連携できるようになりました。この下にあるボタンが光るアニメーションもシェーダーを使って演出しています。この下にあるシェーダーですね。この手の演出は UV スクロールアニメーションなどでも実現可能です。ただ、シェーダーを使うと少ないアセットで実現できるので、個人的にはこのアプローチが好みですね。それでは次にこの機能の使い方を簡単に説明したいと思います。作り方は簡単で、アセットのクリエイトメニューのシェーダーグラフの中からキャンバスシェーダーグラフを選びます。あるいは一度作成したシェーダーグラフの中でマテリアルをキャンバスに変更するという手順でも構いません。後のシェーダーの制作手順については通常のシェーダーグラフとほとんど同じです。バーテックスの操作を行うことができないなど細かな違いもあります。もちろんアンリットが前提になるので方言を使ったライティングの演出などはできません。ただ違いはその程度で通常はできません。ただ違いはその程度で通常のアンリットシェーダーを作るのとほとんど同じ感覚で開発することができると思います。アンリットが前提になるので
ユニバーサルのみかこれ。
後のシェーダーの制作手順については通常のシェーダーグラフとほとんど同じです。バーテックスの操作を行うことができないなど細かな違いもあります。もちろんアンリットが前提になるので方言を使ったライティングの演出などはできません。ただ違いはその程度で通常のアンリットシェーダーを作るのとほとんど同じ感覚で開発することができると思います。最後に注意点について触れておきたいと思います。まず明らかな弱点の一つとしてマテリアルプロパティをアニメーションさせることができないという制約があります。これは以前から知られている Unity UI の弱点の一つです。UI で使用されているマテリアルのプロパティをアニメーションコンポーネントやアニメーターコンポーネントを使ってアニメーションさせるということができません。プロパティをアニメーションさせるにはスクリプティングで対応するかサードパーティー製のソリューションを使うかいずれかする必要があります。今回のサンプルでは簡単なスクリプトを使って対応しました。Unity UI でマテリアルプロパティをオーバーライドするにはiMaterial Modifier インターフェースを使います。アップデートの中で値をアニメーションさせつつ GetModifiedMaterial の中でプロパティを更新しています。こんな感じのスクリプトを組むのが面倒という場合はサードパーティー製のアセットを導入するのが良いかもしれません。GitHub およびアセットストアで配布されている Animate UI Materials というアセットを使うことでアニメーションできることを確認しました。アニメーションカーブを使って解決したいという場合はこちらを試すといいかもしれません。シェーダーグラフの中からキャンバス
despite another night, another day.
easily. And you can change the colours on our material to get any sort of effect you like. I quite like this black to orange colour because it reminds me of that cool dust glow you get in transitions. Start, dust. If it elapsed time, we calculate our percent. For the next one, it's middle to end, then back from end to middle, and finally from middle back to start. We can then update our material using the set colour method and passing in the variable names we assigned in the shader.
転職って誰に相談したらいいの？
リクルートエージェント。
始め方も分かんなくてさ。
リクルートエージェント。
転職に詳しい人いないかな？
リクルートエージェントは
転職はリクルートエージェント。
リクルート。
Why I love Envato Elements? I love that I don't have to animate my own texting conversations in After Effects, because that's a lot of work. Whatever picture, sound, or graphic that I can imagine, Envato Elements has the thing to bring that vision to life and create better videos faster. Try Envato Elements now and get access to unlimited downloads of millions.
Hi, in this series we're looking at the wonderful world of compute shaders. In the previous episode I created a 2-colour vertical gradient, and in this episode we're going to extend that to be a 3-colour vertical gradient. We can no longer assign the colours to the vertices, so we're going to have to use the graphic shader. Let's get started. I started this from the 2-colour gradient episode. to the camera, nothing you can't set up yourselves. We need a whole new shader for this, so right click, create shader, unlit shader. We'll call this triple vertical gradient. Right click on the shader and select create material. This
一旦昼飯にしますわ。で、終わります。また後でやると思います。Go lunch. I'll be back today.